and welcome. Welcome to Let's Spin in Circles for hours on end and hope and pray for a shiny Eevee. And also chill and hang out. Well, welcome. Howdy, Nicole. Howdy, Lime. Thank you so much for being so heckin' prompt. Prompter than I, even. Because I sure have been keeping myself incredibly distracted with God of War. Just like, I'll play for a few hours. I'll stop around 4 or so I give myself enough time to get ready and stuff. Looks at the clock and it's 6. It's like, shit. Now I need to get ready. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I forgot to do a thing. Give me 1 second here. I was wondering why the audio is so low. It was supposed to be like that. Also, howdy, Calvi. Thanks for stopping by. Now I think the game audio should be about where it's at, or where it's supposed to be. Also, was it in between streams? I guess it was in between streams. Catus Magus, thank you for the follow. Also, Nicole, thank you for the subareno of 6 months. Very appreciated. 6 whole ding months. Also, of course, there's a stretch. We'll wait until the first shinies start a hatching. Then we can go do a stretch. So yeah, I have. Oh boy, this past week has been a lazy time. It's just like I got some stuff done in some days, but then other days where I'm just like I just want to fucking play God of War or just not do anything. I had a few game soundtracks that I wanted to go through this week and rate and put them in their appropriate playlists. Sure didn't do that. Sure did delay quite a few things until next week. I got started on a few things on Thursday. I got myself a day planner and a calendar for next year that I want to actually fucking use. Unlike so many others. And I got a decent start into it on Thursday. And promptly realized I don't know anyone's birthday. The last calendar that I had was from 2017, so it's a 6-year gap in calendars. Ugh. Six-year gap in calendars, and in those 6 years, I have two more nephews and 2 more nieces, to which I do not have their birthdays written down. Counter. Gotta make sure I keep that up. We're doing things. Okay. The 4th. I've already lost count. It's great. Okay. What do y'all want to talk about? We got time. We got so much time. Can chat about anything. Also, hi, Nick. Yes, Nikki, I see. And I expect that. Love you too, Nikki. Thanks for stopping by. Ugh. Also, hi, Caddy. Thanks for stopping by. I saw your DM and I have not responded to it yet. I got it. That's not the soup bits. Lime. I forget what the soup bits are. I think it's 25 and 50. But yeah, Caddy, I saw. Soup. Thank you for the soup line. The official soup. So saw your DM, Caddy. I'll respond to it hopefully tomorrow. I sure did be incredibly lazy today. By incredibly lazy today, I mean there's your DM that I wanted to respond to. Deer sent me a DM that I need to respond to them. And I pinged Dan for a potential commission because Dan is opening up a few. And Dan responded to me, and I need to get back to him on that. And I sure did none of them today because fucking. Listen, God of War Ragnarok is real fun. And very much the case of, oh, I'll just do one more thing real quick. There's only one last thing in this area. And then that leads to, oh, this area is really close to being finished. I'll go finish off that. And 5 hours later, I haven't gotten shit done today. I didn't play God of War all day. Just most of the day and most of yesterday. Surely I wasn't up until 2 a.m. playing God of War. And surely I didn't get out of bed at like noon today, got groceries and stuff, and then played more God of War until 6. Surely I didn't do that. But I'm glad I'm really enjoying it because it's real fun. Have I made myself overpowered at this point in the story? 10,000%. Being a completionist can kind of break the difficulty. I might bump it up in difficulty, actually. Actually seems like a good idea considering how the last area I was just exploring, like there were like 8 mini bosses there that I fought, and I had zero trouble with any of them. Kind of just plowed through everything. Oops. Yeah, it turns out you can get yourself very powerful. Couldn't imagine going to sleep past 2 a.m. and sleeping till noon. I'd never. No, Caddy, you would never. You would never. Is it like 2 a.m. now, Caddy? What time is it now? Is it already 2 a.m.? Or is it like 1 a.m.? I'm glad I slept in too because, man, I was real tired all week. Real tired all week. I felt like I got adequate sleep most days, but just very tired. No, it's 1:30. Damn it, Caddy. I feel like the game audio is super low. Oh. I would probably also cause it. Man, I sure have been playing a lot of PC games lately. And not paying attention to all the changes that I make to game capture while I'm just playing on my own. Oops. It's fine. It's fine. I'm here. Surely not thinking of more God of War. I'm not. I left off on a good point. I can take a break. Can take a break until probably tomorrow night, because got this the rest of the night today. And then tomorrow I'm gonna be doing a Civilization 5 stream with Sir William, the Shriveling Fire. It's going to be hopefully another chill time of mostly silence, contemplating all the different variables of civilization interspersed with you motherfucker, as I normally go for science route. But if I see Will early on, will I try to beat him in a war? Maybe. I don't even know how to battle in Civ 5, really, because I think the few times I played it, I literally just went for science victory and never fought anybody. So it'll be great. It's going to go perfectly fine. Also, Calvi, thank you for the 19 months of Prime sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate your continued support. Hope you've been having a good one, Calvi. Online with the Unite recently and thought, I should get back to that, and then went on with Scarlet and never got back to it. Yeah, that happens. Since last Shiny Hunt, that whole dang new Pokemon game came out. And I haven't played it yet. I have purchased it now, though. I have purchased it now because some friends are setting up a thing for sometime in January that they asked me to be a part of, so I agreed. So after I beat God of War, I wanted to play other games, but now I got to do that. They're Pokemon, because I want to give myself enough time to like play it through casually, so I can render an actual opinion and not speed run through it and stuff like that. I want to play it for what the game has to offer, and not do something silly looking at Sar leveling up to level 100 before doing literally anything. Baffling. Absolutely baffling to me. Working on dinner, but I've been recovering from COVID. Heck. Caught sometime after being back from it and it knocked me out. Heck. Well, hopefully it's pretty much all gone at this point, Calvi. All recovered. Can shrug it right off. And hopefully never see the light of COVID ever again. It's mostly gone though. Scar's been one of my favorite Pokemon games ever. It's like ranked 4 in Generations by Pokemon Designs for me, second easily, first and easily first story-wise. It's very good. That's pretty much about what I've seen of people playing, of just being like, man, this game was released real broken, real buggy, and with very heavy technical limitations. But sure as it become one of people's immediate favorite Pokemon games just based on how you play about it and explore. Which is great to see. Though I just, wish they would have released it in a much better state. And they've already released one patch, I think, updating things and fixing stuff. And hopefully I can... Or by the time I start playing it, maybe there'll be another patch. Hoping. Also 4 more before I start doing bridge runs, because again, EVs take way too long to hatch. Who's my all-time favorite Pokemon? Do I have an all-time favorite? There's ones that immediately pop into mind, like Garchomp, Metagross, those are kind of the only two that are immediately popping into my head. There's so many I like, but it's very difficult for me to be like, I love this Pokemon. Yeah, they sure did add a lot of very strong Pokemon, and some of them absolutely broken. Metagross I like a lot. I like Vikavolt a whole lot. Favorites? Yeah, I really don't. It's very difficult for me to come up with a favorite off the top of my head. I like Primarina a lot. I like Volcarona a lot. Yeah, I guess the ones that are immediately coming up to mind are Garchomp and Metagross. But that's just brain working very oddly, because I'm spinning in circles and trying to talk about stuff at the same time. Also, howdy, Spins. Thanks for stopping by. Who's my all-time least favorite Pokemon? Oh boy. It's a Pokemon that its design just sucks. Like, I'm not a fan of Dragonite, but that's mostly because it should be a standalone dragon and not the evolution of Dragonair. I don't like Flygon really at all. I haven't played the new gen, so I can't. I haven't played the new gen, so I haven't seen some of those, but I've seen some where I'm just like, yeah, that design's pretty boring. Yeah, it's really difficult for me to come up with something. Jinx is real bad. Yeah, really, I don't know why my head is just like not like processing through the whole list of Pokemon, just like completely blanking out. Also, you're cute. Also, no, I'm not gonna take that back. I don't like Flygon. I do not like Flygon for pretty much all the reasons that Barry doesn't like Flygon. Just pretty much in agreement with what he's stated on it. I don't like how it's very round and fluid and then just has sharp tail spikes. Not tail spikes, but tail fins. I don't like that it's all green, but as a ground type. Because of its coloring scheme, and if you thought that its goggles were compound eyes, it looks like it could be a bug dragon, but it's not a bug dragon. It's just a ground dragon. I get the mythology of the antlion type thing. it just none of it's designed. Am I just like, yeah, it's great? It's just like it's very deceptive, and not in ways that I enjoy. Trying to get into semi-competitive Pokemon and building a team. Nice, Caddy. Hope you enjoy the process, because yeah, I really liked doing competitive Pokemon for the few months that I did it in Sword and Shield, and I still enjoy thinking about that type of iteration, like when we did our community Elite Four. That was really fun trying to come up with neat combinations and tactics with the restrictions that were involved for being an Elite Four member. It was really neat and a lot of fun. and I'm curious to see what competitive Gen 9 looks like. I have a feeling there's, as far as like community-based tournaments and rule sets, I feel there's going to be a lot of immediate bans. But I'm curious how strats and meta are going to play out, just based on Terrestrialize kind of fucking up everything. Because just being able to change a Pokemon's type is very... It just adds infinite variability to comp teams. Like Gigantamax and Dynamax added a lot of really neat variety as things went along. But like it was variety that you could like look at a team and like play through what that variety is gonna look like. It was very easy to like look at a team comp and just be like, okay, these are the most likely candidates that they're gonna Dynamax. It was very readable, and you could formulate that strategy. Doesn't feel like that's that easy with Terrestrialize. It is not nearly as powerful. But from a strategic standpoint, I can't like look at a Pokemon and just be like, you're probably gonna go with this type for that Pokemon. Just feels like there's just not as much that you can read off the bat. So it just feels like it's going to be a kind of more of a crapshoot type of competitive scenario outside of just the new most powerful Pokemon, or most powerful Pokemon that are available in Scarlet Violet. Terra types keep the original stabs? That's even worse. That's even worse. So they get a third stab, along with changing their type to something completely different. Yeah, it's bad. It's not bad. It's neat and it's a fun thing to play with casually. But man, thinking about it from a competitive standpoint, it's just like it was just like Dynamax like added a nice little extra tier of complexity and planning around. Terrestrialize feels like it's just like poof, floodgates are open. Anything can be anything. They get additional stab boostings. Their type weaknesses are completely altered. It's just just feels like it's gonna be such a crapshoot. which is neat, which is real neat casually, but yeah, competitively feels like it's going to be a pain in the butt. But I will reserve judgment until I start seeing people do some competitive stuff. And I also have to reserve judgment because, well, I haven't played with it in person yet. I have the games now. I have the games now, so I can play it and see it and feel it in action myself. I'll maybe start playing the games in a week or two. A lot of terror types are common, like if you see a Dragonite type, there will almost always be normal and good type sweepers keep their main sweep stab. Steel is the most popular because defense, and fire is very popular because fire physical Pokemon to stop Will-O-Wisp. I haven't messed around with, or I haven't seen anyone really mess around much in the online. Just hope it's not as immediately lag inducing as it was in Sword and Shield anytime you wanted to do anything multiplayer. Man, turning on multiplayer in Sword and Shield tanked the frame rate in the wild areas. I would be down to test it once I get decent-ish into the game. I like to experience things on my own for a bit first to get a lay of the land and then try out the multiplayer. You will fight me. But how will you win with your unevolved Spaghettio? Can be with 4 people and I'll just do whatever and you can do all the story stuff. Huh. That feels like a really neat implementation. Fight you with no Pokemon and win. Uh-huh. Spaghettio is amazing when it keeps the beans on the ground. I haven't really seen the evolved forms in action, but yeah, not a... From what the glimpses I've seen of the evolved forms, I'm picking the Chompy Lad. I'm picking Fuecoco. I definitely don't want the duck. The duck sure is shaking its booty nonstop when it evolves, and I'm not a fan. Versus, I'll gladly just have a Chompy Lad. I love my Chompy Lad. I am excited for Chompy Lad. Need to come up with a name for it. Trying to think of a different name that could be like fire type Totodile and figure out something like that. Or just name it Fuecoco and it will always be Fuecoco because Fuecoco is great. Turds filled up your decks currently. I just finished the overall game and really want to finish the decks for this game. Nice. Match up to the genius that is Spaghettio. I mean, you can call it genius. It sure is just a green cat. Sure is just a green cat. if you love cats, which Nicole, you have 4 cats, so you know you love cats. It's great for you, but for me, I'm just like, you got to give it something more than it's just a green cat for me. Get any of Scarlet exclusives for Calvin. Also, howdy guys. Thanks for stopping by. Theory crafting is fun. I was talking about it earlier, but that was a lot of the fun. A large part of the fun that I had with our community Elite Four event was crafting a team with the limitations that were there. It's a lot of fun. First game where you filled your decks, got a few shinies already, and one took a good while, but it's very good. Nice. Trying to think what games I've all completed the decks in. Probably might have honestly just been Gen 8. I don't think I ever did it with Gen 1 because there was Mew involved. Might have done it with Gen 2 or Gen 3 back in the day. Maybe. And I don't think I did it for X and Y. I don't think I did it for Sun and Moon. Yeah, I think it was honestly, and then it was Gen 8. Mostly because it felt like Gen 8 struck at a really good time where I suddenly was in a community where a lot of people were playing the game too. So it wasn't that difficult to get things set up for people to complete their decks with without purchasing both versions of the game. Also, yes, direct internet direct internet access to other players also completely helps. Do it, Nicole. Everyone else, there's a lot of people already working on completing the decks. I'm pretty sure Deer at this very moment is completing their decks of whatever game that Deer has. There will be plenty of people around to help you out. Also, howdy, Grim. Thanks for stopping by. What? I don't know, Nicole. I don't know what you're saying anymore. Like, you said a thing and then you retracted the thing and then you tried to explain the thing and then I got nothing. I got nothing. Gen 8 and 9 are less difficult because of not having the national decks. What I think is a good thing. Yeah, that. Oh yeah, that's definitely it. I definitely wouldn't have completed the decks in 7 or 6 and 7 when I got those. So I definitely would have never gotten all the stinking legendaries and mythics and all that stuff that was in those gens. I would have never. When it was the first 3 or 4 gens, it was still pretty manageable. But man, at Gen 5 and Gen 6, where they introduced so many legendaries and so many mythics, it just became like impossible with the national decks. Versus nowadays, it feels very, very doable now that they've gotten rid of the national decks. And as much as I'm not sure, have people been complained about that at all with this latest gen? Have people complained about no national decks this time around like they did with Sword and Shield, or did they finally just accept it? Snorlax isn't in the base game. I gasp. It's Pokemon, people will find a reason to complain about it. This is also true. And thus why I'm very glad that I don't pay attention to the gaming community at broad and just kind of pay attention to what this community and the few other gaming communities that I'm in personally feel about, because I have large confidence that when they're making a complaint on something, they're actively thinking it through, what it means from the dev side of things, from logistics side of things, and from their personal tastes, and they're making those qualifications versus just harumph, I don't like this because meh. It's like, no, I like having a lovely community that's willing to share their opinions and explain why they have those opinions. And we can agree to disagree on many things, but at the very least, we have understanding, and it's nice. Also, that is one thing that I'm actually very excited to get to once I finally start playing through the new gen, is listening to the soundtrack, because I've heard that there's many tracks that slap and go real hard, and I'm excited. Pokemon always has real bangers, but then also bringing in Toby Fox to do many songs for it. Yeah, it's gonna be great. It's good until the end credits. I don't know any other people's opinions on the credits track, other than just, hey, we hired a famous artist. And I don't even think I know any of Ed Sheeran's regular music, so I don't even have a comparison point. It's likely that I'll probably just be like, yeah, it's fine. It's very, very just nonchalant. Just like, yeah, it's okay. It's probably how I'm gonna think about it. As well as, I'm not sure if because it has such a popular artist, if it does any copyright claims and for those who were streaming it. But that could have been the case. So hydrate, you got it. Certainly sticks out in a not good way. I would expect it probably would, considering. Yeah, it's. I'm assuming it's a lot of very Pokemon styled music, and then with Toby Fox's influence in there as well, and then having just an Ed Sheeran track for the credits feels very jarring, I'm sure. And because the credits songs for Pokemon games tend to be like a recollection of like the main themes and kind of like a lot of the older generations of games, where watching through the credits was like reliving everything through the game. The themes would come in and out of all the different areas and things, giving you a nice sense of completion and remembering of the whole journey you've been on, to then change that out with just a popular artist song just feels like just like it doesn't do anything. There's no emotional core to it. Or an emotional core that is separate from everything you did in the game. Then I added a Pokemon which is now on my list of favorites, the evolution of Paldea and Whoopit. It's so good. One of my biggest shots of serotonin in a while when that evolved. I think I've seen lots of fan art of him. Just like, you already knocked it out of the park with both Roopers and Quagsire. And now the new evolution is just like, it's just a big friend. It's just a big friend. But then I see other Pokemon where it's just like, oh, you've added a flamingo. And you've added a stork. That felt very boring. And then there's some other ones that I've seen where I'm just like, okay, this is actually really excellent. I am interested to see what some of the other Pokemon are in the game, and see them in action, not just random screenshots. Also, since we got some Darren Korb playing, cool baby. Game Awards were something, as they always are. They're honestly, I don't really enjoy watching them that much because they're always something, and I always feel very meh towards the majority of it. Oh boy, when a game trailer started playing, I thought I heard some theremins. It felt very Hades-esque. And it turns out Hades 2 is Supergiant's next game. I was like, you what? 1, Hades is excellent. 2, Supergiant always makes incredible games. And 3, this is their first sequel. All of it is just like very, very, very excited. Very, very excited for Hades 2. It looks amazing. Supergiant never fails in their art style. It's great. Even just the trailer OST was amazing. Darren Korb always does such amazing work. I'm very excited. I think what they said, it's starting in early access again, and it's next year is when they'll likely put it up for early access, or at the very least have news on it. But I'm very excited. Because yeah, they from a dev standpoint, like, they've had a lot of hits. Like, almost all of their games are quite commercially successful for them. And hearing interviews and stuff from them is just like, yeah, if they felt like they wanted to turn any of their series into a franchise, they would have. But they are a very tight-knit dev team of very few people, and typically by the time they were done with a game, they wanted, if they had more ideas, they kind of either were just didn't want to bring that into fleshing out a singular thing into a whole universe, or into a whole franchise of games. But then to see them come back and say Hades 2 is what we want to do next, it says a lot that they have a lot. They must have a lot of ideas and a lot of iterations that they felt working on Hades again would be worth the time. So I just have the utmost faith that it's gonna be freaking amazing. Yeah, very, very, very excited. I don't really have much that I want to chat about the Game Awards specifically, other than just certain games. Because, man, the Game Awards almost does not care in the slightest about the actual awards themselves, which it's their right to do, but is questionable being an awards show that's 95% just advertisements for new games. Just games that I saw that were showcased there, that I want to mention because I did write them down. There's a game. There are quite a few games. Like as the show went on for me, the new things that they were showing were less and less interesting to me. Like a majority of just like the standard AAA blockbuster type titles just like don't really excite me that much anymore. But you show me a weird indie game, or you show me something that's just like really like off the wall. Just like you have my attention. For the Transformer game, I forgot. I'm not a Transformers fan. I don't think I was paying close enough attention. I think in the chat that I was in Barry's Discord, chatting with people as stuff was getting announced. I just don't think I was paying that much attention, and then people just being like, "Oh, that was a Transformers game," at the end of it. Be back into our Caddy, it'll be like 4 a.m. when you get back. You can just head out and go to bed, you fool. But games that I saw that looked really interesting. There's an indie game called Viewfinder that was showed in like the pre-show. That if you saw the game Superliminal, where like perspective is everything, where like if you can line up objects in the background to make an object, you can then pop that object out of the combined background into an actual object that you're carrying, as well as a lot of other perspective shenanigans. And Viewfinder kind of feels like the inverse of it. Like Viewfinder is you're getting like a picture or something and you're holding it up in front of your face, then you're just hitting a button and then that like pushes it onto the background as new environment and geometry. It seemed really fascinating. Then there was Post-Trauma, which looked very Silent Hill. Yeah, mostly Silent Hill inspired, but it seemed really neat and it felt like it had that type of PS2 slow survival horror type feel. So that actually had my attention. I'm usually not one for horror titles, but I don't know. It's something about the way they showcased it off. It's just like, oh, this could be good. It's a game called Scars Above that I don't remember anything about off the top of my head, but I thought it looked neat enough to throw it on my wish list. This is a game called After Us that also looked really neat. Again, don't remember what it was, but it was neat enough for me to throw on the wish list. There's a game called Replaced, which was very neon noir cyberpunk, but all pixel art, and it was 2D fighting / brawling, but some things look like in 3D environment. I don't know, it's really odd to describe, but it looks real fancy. It looks real neat. That one's also on the wish list. And there was Hades 2, which we already chatted about. I have 100% faith in Supergiant's skills and the fact that they're making a sequel has me very excited to see what new things they're gonna bring in. And there was Judas. I will get to that one. Also, yes, Nikki. There was the game Judas, which looks like the next BioShock game. Thank you, Nikki. You're also cool. Judas from, I believe it's Ken Levine, he was one of the main designers of like BioShock or BioShock 2, maybe Infinite. I don't remember which. But they split off to start their own dev team. And they have never like shown off anything that they were doing. Or anything, because it just felt like they never really had anything formulated into a game. But then that's the company that's making Judas, and it sure looks like a brand new BioShock game, which seems really neat. I'm very curious to see what they're doing with it. Also, that's fine. You can chill. That's what the Shiny Hunt streams are for. I had a good Thanksgiving. Just chill time. Spent with a lovely guest. Had a nice good meal and just chilled. It was great. And then probably one of the weirder announcements at the Game Awards is another Bayonetta title, but it's not in action. It's kind of like a top-down puzzle game following Bayonetta before she became Bayonetta, which as a child, I think it was in the very first Bayonetta game. Her name was Cereza. So yeah, it's that, and it looks really neat. The aesthetic is really cool too. So I'm gonna have my eye on that one. And then fuck yeah, that not only did we get to see what Supergiant is working on next, we get to see what Extremely OK Games is working on, which they are the devs formerly known as Matt Makes Game, otherwise known as the developers of Towerfall and Celeste. And their next title is Earthblade, and oh boy, it looks real neat. I'm very curious. I am. It's kind of difficult to tell, but it felt like kind of like a combination of Celeste and Towerfall. There was a lot more action. There was actually combat that you're doing in Earthblade, but it looked like there was going to be a lot of heavy platforming and stuff like that, a la Celeste. So I'm very excited, so very excited for that game. Yeah, the new Bayonetta game does look, it looks very strange, but it looks real neat. And then they showcased a game called The Lords of the Fallen, not Lords of the Fallen, a game that was like late PS3 game. I think it was a late PS3 game. That was one of the first Souls-like copiers, or people trying to branch out into what their own Souls type game would look like. It was very generic, very bland. I played it for a few hours and got bored. But now there's a game called The Lords of the Fallen that looked like it had it looked like it had a kind of like Ghost Lantern type of situation where you could either transverse or see into like some kind of death realm. And it like it comes into play in environment and in combat. It looked really neat. Neat. It was, I wish it had a slightly different aesthetic than the typical grim dark of many Souls games and Souls-like, but I think it's gonna be doing a lot with it. It looks like it's gonna be doing a lot of with its dark aesthetic, kind of like how Bloodborne did a lot with its old Victorian Gothic aesthetic. Very excited to see what that game turns out to. Final Fantasy 16 looks really neat. Just very excited to get to play that. Considering it's a full action game. Very interested to see how that turns out for the game itself. Just looks really good. And then fucking when Keeley comes up and is just like, oh, I'm so excited to showcase this one, and it kind of looked like he was honestly had like some tears in his eyes, just like, what the fuck is he showing off? Then fucking showed off FromSoft's next game that they're coming out with. FromSoft is doing another Armored Core, which is not what I was expecting at all from FromSoft. I know that they mentioned like 5 or so years ago that they had multiple titles in development. I never thought that they would ever go back to Armored Core. Never played any of them. They are interesting. They are very like, can be like very in the minutia of customizing your mech, and it's very odd to control the mech. I think partially on purpose, just because you don't expect to be able to control a mech just like with a few button presses like on a controller. Like, it felt like you were actually having to do a lot more actual like action, and it was odder to control, but it did weirdly feel like you were more controlling the mech. And then there was just so much customization on what your mech's speed and loadout and stuff like that. There were various missions that you could do with various objectives. And there was like a whole tournament that you could do. It's really weird. It's a really they're very strange games, very of that PS1, PS2 era type of game. But they're really neat. And I'm very curious how they're gonna do that now with all of their experience with all the Dark Souls and stuff. I'm very curious how things are gonna be shaken up and different. I'm 100% gonna play it because at this point will play anything FromSoft makes. But I was just I was not expecting that in the slightest. I was expecting maybe an Elden Ring's DLC announcement, which I believe Miyazaki during one of his speeches kind of hinted that, yeah, we're not done with Elden Ring yet. I was expecting just like an Elden Ring DLC trailer or something. Nope. Showcase that Armored Core is heavily in development, and I'm very excited and very curious. I'm trying to think of other ways to describe Armored Core. Like if you've back in the day, jeez, I can't believe I actually played those games growing up. We had a PC. Well, I think we had Mech Warriors 2, to which we had a joystick controller for. That game was technical as hell. Like you had to manage your ammo from mission to mission. You had to manage your weapons and what your mech's loadout was. The controlling it was very, very technical, but I remember loving the hell out of it. But then you look at some of like the more newer mech games, like what was it? The Daemon X Machina or something. And it looks like everything is super fluid and you just kind of control things at a button. It feels like Armored Core is like somewhere in between those two. Where it's just like, it's still very technical and controlling the mech is not straightforward, but you get used to it, and pulling off advanced maneuvers feels great because of how complicated it is. Also not a nice Eevee. But not so simple as just hit a button and this complex sequence of moves happens. So it's really interesting. I'm very curious to see. God damn it! Very curious about Armored Core 6. More so than giving more PvP for other game awards. Yeah, that's really neat. It is neat that they are giving credence to the PvP side of Souls games. They did that with Dark Souls 3. They where they made like a dedicated PvP arena. They kind of did it in some of the other games too. Very, very nice to see them embrace that side of things a bit, even if I'm not the biggest fan of the PvP stuff in the Souls games. It's still neat that they consider it. I'm very curious what they plan for potential DLC. Also, howdy, Aaron. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the sub. 42 months. Add tier 2. Too generous, as always. Too generous. I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna need more water. I think I've been chatting too much and it's starting to sore my throat out a bit. And I don't want to have a sore throat for the rest of this stream and the stream tomorrow. So I need to make sure I'm staying properly hydrated. Also might have something to do with I had a lot of leftover alcoholic seltzers from people having people over for a while, and I wanted to finish all those off because I don't know, because they're there and they're not used to my typical cycle. My brain just weirdly is just like, I need to finish these off. I I did not like some of them. I really didn't like some of them. Like they were odd. Like there was odd seltzers. Like there was like a watermelon and sea salt seltzer. That was really strange tasting, but I kind of really dug it. But then there was, I think it was Truly brand seltzer. I tried really hard to get more fruit flavor in the seltzer. But as I've learned from trying a bunch of different LaCroix, I don't like it when you do that. Because I know what this fruit is supposed to taste like when it has all of it there. But when you try really hard to bring that out in a seltzer where you're not really going to bring out much, it feels bad. Like the seltzers that I really enjoy are flavors that are not just straight up a fruit. So yeah, I did not like those, and I had like 3 of those yesterday, and it was not good. They were not good. Yeah, there was like what was it? Like a pear and yuzu, which I believe yuzu is a citrus fruit kind of in the middle of, kind of in the middle between lime and lemon, I believe is what a yuzu is. That was pretty good, and there were a couple other flavors too. Like they had hibiscus lemonade, which was also pretty good. Yeah, the weirder tasting ones actually were pretty good. But yeah, the ones that were just more normally or trying really hard to be fruity, nah. And because I don't like to waste them, I sure did push through and finish them, even if I didn't like them. Yeah, the salted watermelon one was actually quite interesting and tasty. Could have let them sit for 1 week. No, stubborn brain sees a thing that's in my fridge that isn't normally in my fridge, and it's just like, it's gotta go. I gotta finish. But we can buy better seltzers, Nicole. Also, I can stop hinting at it. It's because Nicole was visiting earlier was visiting over the past over a weekish ago. And Nicole will be back to visit more for a thing next week. But yeah, we can get better seltzers this time. We tried them, we gave them a shot, we found out they're not great. But we know now. And now they're done. And we can put them behind us. I finished them. Stuff we had at GDQ. If we can find press. I'm not sure SAR. I don't know where they're regionally sold. I know they're available in Minnesota and Wisconsin, but I don't know where else they're sold. I don't think I've seen them here. They have it by you sometimes. If you want to bring it along, Nicole, you can. If you're driving down again, which I believe that's your plan. You can bring a Deseltzer. Gosh, it would be nice to have a shiny Eevee. It would be very nice to see a shiny Eevee. In fact, it would be even more fun if I saw 2. Because we need to get 2 of them. Because I believe it was both Greg and Toucans both asked for shiny Eevees. Oh, also on Now that I'm thinking about Pokemon again, other Pokemon on favorites list would be Glaceon and Umbreon. My two favorite evolutions. I like Hatterene a lot. It's so difficult to pick favorite Pokemon. There's just so many of them, and so many of them I like for very different reasons. Do I like Mareep that much on its own? No, but do I see a 3-foot long, like 20-pound Mareep plush that's massive and very huggable? Now I like Mareep. It's a very good. Get Mareep plush. It's not cheap. I think that giant Mareep plush is like $400. It's a very expensive plush because it's massive. 500. Goddamn. 45 inches. Jesus, that's almost 4 feet. Nicole, didn't you get to hug the Mareep plush that was one of the prizes at SGDQ? You did? Yeah. Target has a Mimikyu plush? That sounds also delightful. I love Mimikyu too. Mimikyu is also one of my favorites. God damn it. Just keep calling out Pokemon and be like, oh yeah, I really love that one. Mimikyu's excellent. And probably the only reason I didn't use it was for competitive was because, well, Mimikyu was already very powerful and competitive, so I wanted to try to mix things up. Yeah, this is like this. Those pheromones in the background, or not in the background, but the pheromones in this song is just like when there was some of those in the Hades 2 trailer. I was just like, "Is this super giant?" Just like I hear those pheromones. Not many soundtracks have the use of theremin. The Celeste soundtrack has a bit of theremin in the hotel themes because it's a haunted hotel, but Supergiant knows they're bisexual as well. God damn, they do. God damn, they do. Supergiant never disappoints, and for the bisexuals, they very don't disappoint. It's like, you like girls? We got some girls. You like guys? We got some guys. Are they all hot? Yes. Want someone who can kick your ass? You're in luck. You know what? You even want just a really, really cute, shy Gorgon head? We even got that for you. We even have something very specifically for you. Did I try to romance Dusa first in Hades? Absolutely. Dusa is adorable. And then Dusa shot me down. And then there's Nyx, who is just mommy. Which I don't know if I got my birthday coming up, and Crimbus is also up. My parents sent me a couple boxes of goodies that they said I can open whenever. But I don't know if that's the extent of what they got me or not. Probably is. Which means they likely did not get me anything off the Fangamer wish list that I sent them. So I need to maybe try and order that stuff before Mommy Nyx gets sold out, which it probably already is. Because the Nyx shirt that they released over Black Friday is real good. It's a real good shirt. I did not get the shirt. I did not purchase anything over Black Friday because of because parents asked to send them a list of things to get. Normally I would have just purchased them myself, but I'm just like, well, now I need to give them something they can potentially get me. So I didn't buy anything from the Black Friday sale that I normally would have bought. Because I think there were 4 things that I wanted. There was the Legends of Localization of Undertale, which I'm very curious of. I have the Legends of Localization of Earthbound, but I haven't read it yet. Just talking about how Earthbound was translated and localized from Japanese to English in a game that likely has many very Japanese specific things, and making it work in English is a beast and a half. And I'm curious about the Undertale one because it's the inverse. Something that was so explicitly for English. How did it get converted to Japanese in a way that I believe Undertale was very, very popular, or is very popular in Japan as well as it in the US. So I'm very interested in that inverse scenario as well. So that was on the list, as well as just the next shirt, because the next shirt is very good, as well as the now's your chance to be a big shot shot glass. Just because, are you fucking kidding me? That's amazing. Get a big shot and it's a shot glass. It's amazing. I think that was all on my Fangamer wish list at the moment. So not sure if parents bought anything from them. They probably just bought stuff off the Amazon wish list, which was more practical things. I put a bunch of kitchen related things on there based on the size of the box. I think one of them was I think one of those is probably the coffee machine, new coffee maker. Because my current coffee maker is like a really cheap Mr. Coffee that's like $20. Gets the job done, but yeah, you can maybe, for how much I consume coffee, maybe I should get something a bit better. Mhm. Got the hydrate and a stretch. Heck, well, it's perfect time for a stretch because we're hatching eggs. Ugh. I threw a new coffee maker on there. I think I also threw a French press in there as well for the days when I want to be fancy, like the weekends, where I can make myself a real good cup of coffee. Because goddamn did Dear Con brand coffee is one, amazing on its own, but two, it tasted real good out of the French press that Dear used. So I want to also get one of those. I also had a new toaster oven on there because I think my current toaster oven, it's a very functional toaster oven. It still gets the job done. The timer sometimes stops at 3 minutes, so you actually have to pay attention and you can't just let it run. And it's Jesus. I got that in 2010. Yeah, it would have been my second year of college. I got that pizza oven or toaster oven. So yeah, it's like 12 years old at this point. I'm sure there's more. I'm sure there's more efficient and more immediately efficient and just works better toaster ovens. So I think I had another one of those on my list as well. That was very nice. One that could also be used as another air fryer, which is great. I need to use my actual my pressure cooker has air frying capabilities, so I've used the pressure cook function on it like once or twice in the 3 years I've had it, and I've air fried it like at least like once a month. It's like I should actually maybe learn a thing and like try to make a pressure cooked meal. I think I've tried like twice. I think once was just to make some meat that I got from work because they just like gave a box from a local butcher and just gave everyone various assorted like fruits and meats and stuff for Christmas one year or Thanksgiving. I think that's when I used the actual pressure cooking functionality of it. And then once because I tried to make risotto in it. And I don't think what came out of it was representative of a risotto. It sure did not go as was described how it was supposed to go. So I can't say that that's how the risotto was supposed to taste. Doesn't have air fryer, but pressure cooker makes meat super soft and great soup. Ooh, I never considered a pressure cooked soup. I've never made a homemade soup. I've been around, I'm not sure if it might be a local or like a Wisconsin only or a rural Wisconsin only tradition, but there was a thing called a chicken booyah where I grew up, which is it's basically just chicken noodle soup. But it's very fresh. Like you make it in like 10-gallon batches, like a big, practically an old oil drum that's been sanitized and stuff like that. And you make it fucking in that. And you just take almost 3 whole chickens, toss it in there with tons of other stuff. And it's real fucking good. But ostensibly it's just a chicken noodle soup, even if it is exceptionally good. I've never tried anything different. Can make approximately 2 homemade soups. Well, while you're here, we can try making the soup. Also, did I just randomly while grocery shopping today remember you saying something chikorina or something and then saying it was a soup? And did I see it in the aisle as I was passing by and buy it? Yes, I did. I did do that, yes. But it better be good. Why did I say it better be good as if it was just like, you fucking let me down if it doesn't? It's just like, it's soup. I'm sure it's going to be good. How disappointed will I be in you if it isn't good? Incredibly. If I have it within the next week and I'm disappointed in it, and I will ask you to not come and visit next week. That's how important this soup is to me. It's not. It's not that important. I'm sure it's going to be good soup, and I'd still like you to come down next week. Yeah, we can make a soup next week if you would like to. Yay, soup! If someone would be kind enough to spend 50 bits real quick, it'd be real appreciated. Someone's got 2 quarters lying around. God damn it, So we're basically at the end of the year already, and at the end of every year, I like to put a list together of all the games I played and how were they like my favorites? Did I love them? Did I like them? Or were they just like didn't land it with me at all? And I've made a list for this year. And I have played 23 games, which for me is incredibly low. Like typically it would be like 50 because I just would play a crap ton of games, and I was streaming 3 days a week. But now that I'm not streaming so often, wow, my playtime of games has fallen dramatically. And because I'm not dedicating large chunks of time, which is typically what it took for me to play longer games, it has definitely made it so that like if I'm gonna play a thing, I'll just like play a round of Vampire Survivors, or I'll play a few matches of Pokemon Unite or something instead of playing a longer form game, which has its own pros and cons. Oh, Nikki sent an image of how I will look at Nicole if soup is bad. Yep, that's right. Is that the actual like Gen 1 sprite of Tentacruel? That is? Damn it, that's amazing. The Gen 1 sprites are so odd sometimes that I'm just like, is that actually how it looked? But that's amazing. That the Tentacruel is very cross. It's very cross with you. Some are so derpy and some are terrifying. Yeah. And a lot of the back sprites are really weird. A lot of the Pokemon back sprites in Gen 1 are real weird. Like, I think Nidoking is like real lumpy in the back for some reason instead of being lots of spikes. It's very strange. Give me a hot second here. I'm gonna get myself some more water. You can enjoy the Katamari. Also, is that Viz's winter version of the, like, I'm dead, but it's making a snow angel? That's amazing and adorable. It's very cute. Also, Nicole, while you're here, I did purchase some famous Amos. You need to make some of your famous, world famous family recipe of hot Amos. I will try to save some. There's no guarantees, because if I'm gonna have a hot Amos, I need the creator there with me to have the correct water temperature and dunk period timing. It's one of your favorite emotes. I'll be sad when it leaves. It is very adorable. Ask Viz to throw it onto BTTB. Will I kick you out immediately if I hate hot Amos? Yes. As we've established earlier on in the stream, literally at the drop of a hat, if anything goes wrong, I'm kicking you out. Over to Nicole. See, it has to improve on what a famous Amos already tastes like, which is already a pretty solid chocolate chip cookie. If it isn't improving, then, well. And they're better warm and wet. Phrasing. And now I'm back to the seltzer that I adore so much. Oh, the limoncello. Oh, the La Croix limoncello. Ah, so delicious. So what's up? What's been happening over the past month since I did the last shiny hunt? What all you lovely people been up to? Shit, I forgot to turn off the kitchen light. Also, while I was up, I did have to go give Reese a pet. She was having a very big snooze. Some jerk's face trying not to get kicked out at the drop of a hat. Yeah. Went to Indieland, got back, caught COVID, and played the shit out of Pokemon when it didn't hurt to hold a controller. As I got to the doctor yesterday, so I can start figuring out this hip slash leg pain I've had for the better part of 20 years to hopefully get it resolved. I hope you do, Calvi. The long running stuff is real fantastic if you can find a solution or a cause or some way to ease off it. You'll start to be like, wow, I've been used to all of this bullshit my whole life. And then to hopefully have it gone will be fantastic. I hope you can get that sorted out. Also, how'd you enjoy Indie Land, Kelly? Looked real fun for the people that were there, because it felt like they did a really good job as far as from seeing the online perspective. It felt like they probably did a really good job of having a lot of stuff that was very specific to the people that were there. Like the large breaks in between getting things set up for the next game. I'm sure there's plenty of time to do things with specifically the people that were there in person. And the hip pain is linked to an issue with my back, not my leg, but seeing as it all started when my family assumed I sprained my ankle, but thinking now it's broken sounds like the fall broke ankle and hurt back, which makes me more mad. Damn it. Fuck you, fall. Like, I don't think I have any like long running or like old causing issues with why I'm having a more prominence with back pain nowadays. I think it's mostly just because I sit for so long and don't exercise on a regular basis to get my spine nice and nice and stretched the way it should. Also because I'm old. But honestly, it would not surprise me if that were the case, because I do remember a time. It was back in high school where I would, because I was in high school marching band and we'd have a lot of practice. So I would bike from my house to band practice because we were about a mile away. So it was a pretty easy bike ride. But I do remember one time on my way home, I literally just popped over the curb to start biking on the road where there wasn't a sidewalk to bike on. And my bike tire went from like straight vertical to like a C shape and just weirdly collapsed. And I don't know why. Just for whatever reason, that small curb hop collapsed it, and I took a not fun dive, and that hurt my back for probably a week. But because I was a stubborn kid and didn't like expressing that I was in pain to other people, I just kind of dealt with it on my own for a week, and it seemed to get better. but it would not surprise me if I went and had like an actual like in-depth examination of my spine and be like, oh, you have this weird thing from where it looks like you hurt it and it didn't heal properly or something. But that would require me to get it checked out. And at this moment, it's not terrible. And I think if I actually, which I should take the time and probably bust out the Ring Fit again and get a more regular exercise routine going. That stretching it out more often and stuff like that will help a bunch. Zandyland was so good. I got to meet so many people. Got to meet Gerard, Barry, Deer, Waz, and lots of Gerard's mods. That's amazing. It's a very real feeling when I would introduce myself and how excited people were to meet you. It warmed my heart and made me cry a lot. It was you're super nervous to meet all. I am glad you had a delightful time. And of course people wanted to meet you, Kelvy. You're a sweet bean and you're delightful. Parents told me that it was supposed to hurt, and after a month was forced to walk on, even though it took another 2 extra months to not be in the same level plane. Oof, yeah. Nikki got a burrito. What you got in that burrito? What you got in that burrito, Nikki? The answer is probably everything, but big burrito does sound real nice. I made myself, like, I normally make myself chicken tacos a lot rather than beef tacos. Cause man, I just love chicken so much more than I love beef. And while Nicole was here, she made some steak tacos that were fucking amazing. But for whatever reason, I think I just had like leftover shells, so I'm like, oh, I'll make myself some beef tacos for last weekend. I'm gonna make myself chicken tacos this weekend. Oh yeah, I was also clean out the rest of the rice that I had. Where was I going with this? Where the fuck was I going with this? Was I just going with the fact that I don't like beef tacos that much? I don't know where my head was going with it. My train of thought just left the station and sure went off the rails immediately. I don't know. I think I was just going with, oh, I don't like beef tacos. Just beef, beans, and cheese. Still a very good burrito, Nikki. Yeah, the steak tacos were excellent, and the beef tacos are sure like, it's fine. But now I'm making chicken tacos tomorrow, and I'm gonna be like, fuck yeah. Love chicken tacos. Also have a girdler, Calvin. Trying sandwiches now. Yeah, I'm eventually gonna have to learn the shiny hunting method for the new Pokemon game. I've heard there's some quirks to it. Like if you can get whatever horde of them spawning and you defeat, I think it's like, I was watching Dan do it. Like you defeat 60 of them, but if you defeat too many, then it despawns. But so you beat 60 of them and then you just run around. Obviously completing the Pokedex and getting the shiny charm helps. There's apparently a sandwich that helps a lot. But yeah, I'll have to learn the specifics. It sounds a lot more active of shiny hunting rather than this. Found a couple just by wandering around. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people just get shinies just all willy-nilly, just out and about, and I think that's amazing because you're just encountering so many Pokemon all the time, and because they're shiny in the overworld, it's like you're getting hundreds of encounters constantly versus just the randomly generated encounters when you're just doing stuff like this. I think I grabbed too many eggs. God damn it, Nikki. I have a shiny Gulpin named These Nuts and a Gen 9 one that I don't want to spoil unless you want me to tell you. You cannot tell me for now. I will find out later. Sure, I ran into more than I've seen. They don't make the sound they do when they spawn, so it's easy to miss. Yeah, that is the one downside, is there's no sparkle or sound effect. It's just they're different colored, which I'm sure really sucks for some of the shinies where their color variation is either hard to spot given the lighting, or there's just some of them that are just like Garchomp's. I love Garchomp so much. Its shiny is pathetic. It's just like, oh, you're already a dark blue? How about a slightly darker blue? Ta-da! It's shiny. It's just like, fuck you. There's no way I would even tell without a sparkle. Yeah, from the ones that I've seen people get, like they're like immediately visible shinies. Like I think Grim got a shiny Meryl, which I think instead of being blue is like yellow or green. So it's like immediately noticeable that it's different. I forget which one Spoot found in the wild that was shiny. I think Rena got a shiny Ruckruff Rockruff in the wild, and it's like it's instead of being light brown, it's light blue. It's like it's immediately noticeable. Like, but yeah, there's some shinies where it's just like, how would you even know? How would you even? Also, Mitosis, man, thank you for the follow. I forgot to mention that. Also, howdy, Bison. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the good luck. We just gonna keep spinning and praying. We're already well above odds for one shiny Eevee, and we got to get 2 of them. Also, I did see, I forget who posted them. I think it was Deer. Because I did see the Pokemon that's just like 2 tiny mice together. It's just like interesting Pokemon design. But the difference between their shiny and non-shiny is like imperceptible. Like there's no way you would see that out in the wild. You would never be able to tell that it's a shiny without having the sparkles. Uno mas egg. We gotta do bridge runs. I hope I get a silver Eevee, because this will be the, I think, 3rd day. I think this is the 3rd time I've been shiny hunting this damn Eevee. Still don't got it. Also, Eevees take an eternity to hatch. Almost like there's multiple varieties and they expect people to want to hatch them, so they made it take a lot. To my dismay. Yeah, most of the shiny evolutions are really good. Shiny Eevee, I'm like, it's okay. I kind of like the silver, depending on which gen you're seeing it in. I think in this gen, in Gen 8, I think the shiny Eevee is like fine. Like it's not like a shiny silver. It's kind of more of a matted or matte silver type of look, and doesn't do it as much for me. I have a shiny Vaporeon. I like shiny Vaporeon a lot. The purple is very cool. Shiny Jolteon, I think I don't like because it's like a weird offset green, and it's like, ugh. I forget what shiny Flareon's color is. Shiny Umbreon is amazing. Changing the yellow highlights to be like a neon blue, excellent, perfect. Espeon turning into an alien, becoming green, is not my kind of thing, but I get it. I don't remember what shiny Glaceon or Leafeon looks like. But shiny Sylveon is very good. Kind of inverting the color scheme of the ribbons from where it had blue highlights and it was mainly pink, changing it to mainly blue with pink highlights. Very good. Very good. Also, Bison, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, shit. We're playing Final Fantasy, or we're having a fight in Final Fantasy in the 1950s. What was that? What? Oh, that was a reference to something. I don't know the name of it though. I know that lick. I know the lick that they had in a little bit there. And it wasn't from Final Fantasy. That was a callback to something with this tone. Fuck, that's gonna haunt me. Where was it? Was it earlier? I need to hear it again. This. That. Ah! I'm never gonna remember it. I don't think I ever knew it at the time. That lick is a reference to something. I swear. I've heard that do 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 type of thing from something, and I'm never gonna be able to place it. Never gonna be able to place it because, like, it feels like I remember hearing it like on one of the records that my grandma used to play while she was babysitting us when I was maybe like 6. Like, it's a very specific thing that I'm remembering, but is likely from like 1960s or earlier. Never gonna figure out what it is. It's gonna bug me. Let's see, what else can we chat about? We got plenty of time left to keep running in circles, so y'all wanna chat about anything? Or if you just have a question, we got the time. The only other thing I can think to talk about at this point is just God of War Ragnarok while I'm still working my way through it. I'm having a real great time with it. It is what I expected, or I suppose, yeah, kind of what I expected from a sequel to God of War 2018. We're taking the base that they've established in 2018 and really building upon it, and I think they did a pretty fantastic job. A pretty fantastic job, really expanding the universe in gameplay and in visuals, because sweet Jesus, the visuals. God damn, that's what you get when freaking when it's a Sony published first party game. Holy shit, I don't often play games for graphics alone, but sweet Jeeves. That game is real pretty. Exceptionally pretty. It's exceptionally pretty. I'm really enjoying what they're doing with the story. some stuff was going on earlier on where I'm just like, where are you guys even gonna be taking this story? Wasn't really sure what you were doing with it, but then as I'm going on, it's just like, this is what you're doing with it. They're doing really neat stuff, and I'm really digging it. I feel like I'm getting relatively close to the end, maybe like within 10 hours or so, based on my completion percentages of certain worlds. It's just like, yeah, it feels like within 10 hours I should be able to complete the game. Let's see, what else? I'm still playing Pokemon Unite every now and again. Mostly playing through competitive and either having a good time or really questioning what my teammates are doing. Oh boy, I think it was a day or two ago, I played a couple Unite matches in competitive, and I was like, team, what are you doing? It's like everyone's just doing their own thing. People are running in and getting themselves taken down. It's people that weren't engaging in any fights ever. It's just like, what? What are you all doing? What are you doing? But then there's other matches where it's like really close. I think one match like a week or two ago ended with I think I scored like 22 points during like the last 15 seconds, like in the midst while everyone was fighting on a point. I was able to score, and freaking I think we won that match by 1 point. I think we won that match by 1 point. So my little 22 point score there made all the difference. Like, fuck yeah. It was amazing. I did not already hit Master. I think I'm Ultra 3, I want to say. Able to get up a couple places, but then I think I'm Ultra 3 with no pips. Because of the last time I played being just like 2 straight losses. Also, that's Fairline. MOBAs are not for everyone, and that is completely understandable and acceptable. I am a decent MOBA fan, but I've only played 2 MOBAs. Also, howdy, Steech. Thanks for stopping by. Also, you don't have to be sorry for nothing. You cute. I've only really played League and Pokemon Unite. I've never played a match of Dota. Never played Heroes of the Storm. Trying to think what other MOBAs came out. But yeah, I was very into League for quite some time. Like, very into League mostly from the game perspective, not from community perspective. Like, I really loved watching competitive League, but whenever I played myself, it was always like ARAM, which is just a joke game mode where there's only one lane and everyone has picked a random character. So it's like it's putzing around. It's just silliness. As well as that, so that I didn't have to deal with the very toxic and very angry normal people who play the game. It was already silly enough to see people taking ARAM very seriously, and I'm just like, it's intentionally bullshit. Why are you taking this so seriously? Like, there's times where I'll see it, the enemy champions that they got, and just be like, well, we're fucked. We're just gonna have fun. Like, if they get a team of 5 tanks, it's just like, well, there's nothing that we can do. Like, we can play around for a bit where they don't have any damage, but eventually we just flat out won't be able to kill them. It's just like, it's only a matter of time, and we'll never get to the point where we can finish before then. So let's just have some fun. Well, with Pokemon Unite, I just don't have comms, so never have to worry about it. And I just have to kind of feel out what people are doing at any given moment. Unite does have a chat. It's just not by default, and there's no quick stuff. It does, but by default, it turns it off. I am opted out of it. I don't want to ever turn it on. Feel like for the most part, I'm able to do well enough with my team just by paying attention to their style and what their goals are. That I don't need to hear them yelling. Did have a really good voice chat once. Yay. You like to see some of those few fleeting moments where it's like, oh, finally, a good interaction with a fellow human being who's not shitposting or being very angry. Just remind. Unite also has a time limit. Yeah, having dedicated 10-minute long matches is really nice. League matches that could, I think they've done a lot to lower the time of league matches, but it's still expected to be 30 to 45 minutes if you're playing a regular match. Versus Unite is just like, it's 10 minutes. That's it. It is real nice. I had some on for an hour and a half in League. Yeah, same. Where the team fights just take so long that you can't really push any objective after you've won a big fight because they're just already back. Also, because in League, I was primarily a support player, which also was never fun in League. Or it's fun when I'm playing with someone I know, but if I'm playing with some random, I just get yelled at a lot, and as a support, you were kind of specifically not getting that much experience, so you're always underleveled from everyone else. It was always a pain, and then you're very easy to be the person that people yell at. Unite's fun. I'm enjoying my time playing ranked Unite. primarily as a Garchomp main. Garchomp, Cinderace, or as of late, a lot of Trevenant. Trevenant is very fun. Very annoying to play against, but I like playing. I think I'm a good Garchomp. I've seen more Garchomps lately, but man, when I was getting back into the swing of things and getting back to Master Rank, I was the only Garchomp player. No one played Garchomp except for me. Me in a team fight as a sport. Heal, heal, heal. Yeah. I feel like I see Eldegoss do pretty well still in comp, but you like have to build for damage. You have to build for damage. But it was what shiny you going for, Lime? Because the only two that I can think that matters is the lizard and Combi. That you have to care about female. Rockruff? Rockruff doesn't care about gender and evolution. Other than just you're upset that it's male. Which is rude. Except your shiny Rockruff. Or who they are. Oh, you're getting it for Gwen. Ah, then it makes more sense. Yeah, I've seen Eldegoss still do pretty well in Unite. But definitely feels like they have to build offense, or they have to like not use the supportive items and just like build special attack items so that they can pester in fights and have decent healing. Like, I don't think experience share is used on Eldegosses anymore, or the Eldegosses that I've seen do well. Some of them even go like what the special attack specs for if you score, you get increased special attack. Because otherwise I think Eldegoss's shields and heals just like aren't powerful enough. Nicole, you could have got, if you got a female Gibble, you could have named it Mithra or Cynthia. Although I don't think that's Cynthia's favorite Pokemon, but like Cynthia from Gen 4 has known for Garchomp. Also, Cynthia from Gen 4 Pokemon is the definition of ma'am. She an excellent champion. Damn, the song track slaps. I wonder what... I don't know exactly what Jake Kaufman's been doing as of late for game soundtracks other than working on more of those Shovel Knight games. Damn it! I had to sneeze. I had to sneeze, but then nose said no, so now it's all tingly. What are we gonna do with all the extra EVs? Release them? And it's gonna be a nightmare on the local wildlife population. What? What is the Rogue Casino? Is it something similar to Todd's announcements that Nicole did the VA for? That are excellent. Let me do some voice lines from when she plays certain games. Ah, neat. Love to see it. I'm sure they're excellent and completely hinged. On the hinges. She destroyed the whole chat the first time we heard it. Amazing. Hey, dear. Hi, dear. Hello, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. Howdy, Johnny. Howdy, Game Boy. Howdy, Rotator. Howdy, Gwen. Howdy, Zanry. Howdy, everyone. Thank you for the raid, dear. Hydrate and stretch. It's fine. I can stretch now while this last EG is hatching. How dare you? Ha! How dare you? Thank you so much for the raid, dear. How was the deer stream? But yeah, I am doing shiny hunting in Sword and Shield. There's one I just got Scarlet and Violet last week, and I haven't played it at all. So, yeah, we're not doing shiny hunting in that yet. And 2, because it's a part of the channel point redeem that I need to reconsider now because of the new game and all. But yeah, so I have a channel point redeem that's 150,000 channel points, I think is what I have it set at, to get you a shiny. So I have 3 of those in the queue that I still have to do, and I'm gonna honor them in the game that I was doing them in the first place, or doing the shiny hunts in the first place, which was doing egg hatching shiny methods in Sword and Shield. Also, I am wearing a Omori shirt. I don't know how visible it is, if I can see my webcam. I'm wearing an Aubrey Smash shirt from Omori, because Aubrey is excellent and Omori is a phenomenal game. Have a good eat, dear. Excited to hunt shinies with you in the future for the thing. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. But have a good eat, dear. I love Omori so much. I have so much Omori merch now. After playing that game, and Omocat has been releasing a lot of neat stuff, like they released like these pen pads. There are these notepads that are super cute. They are incredibly cute, like so cute. This one's Hiro and Mari. It's so cute. There's Kel. And then there's Omori and Mewo. Got those, and I also got the I also got the 2023 calendar recently. That's also amazing. Most like comments on YouTube is on an extension of Teehee time, and I said the song that plays when God in anime is not on your side. Yeah. Also, hi, Sar. Thanks for stopping by. Did you finally reach level 100? Are you finally playing the rest of the game? Yes. I mean, good. But also still baffles me why you did that. Yeah, I also got the Omori calendar, which is super cute. Has such amazing cute art, and even has really cute doodles. Like there. Like there. Like right there. Right there. It's really cute. Mari and Hiro in a big scarf. It's so adorable and so amazing. Yep. It is very cute. Yeah, Sar, for whatever, I don't know why Sar did it, but in Sar's very first playthrough of the new Pokemon generation, Sar got to level 100 before doing anything in the story. Which, I mean, you can do. That's a way that you can play the game, yes. Why you would do that, I hope you had a good reason and you enjoyed doing so, because otherwise, why? I enjoy grinding. I mean, fair. It is very neat to just chill and do a whole lot of nothing. Just either chill or have chats with people or anything. No, you typed it right, Nicole. You sure do like grinding. Also, Lime, thank you for giving that sub to Sarah. I appreciate it. Rotator, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. But yeah. When we replayed Sword and Shield from the other DLC mods, I ran through the main game with a level 60 sweet. Yeah. Dynamax Adventures. I thought that was going to be part of the speedrun route. Or maybe it is a part of the any percent with DLC speedrun route. Is you just pop into the second DLC, get a level 60 Pokemon, and then just sweep everything with it. I played Ragnarok Online. Grinding is in my nature. Oh, old school MMOs. Grinding is more than half the game. Any MMO really? Yeah, fair. I've never played an MMO, so can only speak from what I've heard. Main game Sword and Shield is so bad, even when you can one-shot everything, you gotta slog through the story. Fair. I'm not a story-driven Pokemon or a story-driven Pokemon player. like Sword and Shield probably is my favorite gen. I haven't played Gen 9 yet. But just because of like the open areas and how much it made me enjoy just seeing a Pokemon in the wild and being like, what the fuck is that? Or, oh, sweet, I love that one. Like, I hadn't had that kind of experience in Pokemon since being a kid, and I loved that so much. And Pokemon main campaign is always a fucking breeze for me anyway, so I mostly just tune out the story as soon as it begins. I really enjoyed the Isle of Armor DLC a ton. The final DLC was fine. Having legendaries left, right, and center, all the fossil Pokemon are back, and all that stuff is just like, it's fine. I like the final DLC mostly for the Dynamax adventures. Those were a lot of fun. And some of them actually like requiring some decent strategizing was actually a lot of fun to do. I did a lot of Dynamax adventures for like a month, as well as having 1 in 100 odds for shiny chance from Dynamax adventures is also amazing. I think I got like 3 or 4 shinies from Dynamax adventures, just randomly. Terrestrialized adventures in Scarlet Vial DLC. We shall see. I have not played Gen 9 yet, so I have no I have no experience with how the raids work in that game. The sexy lizard? What? Nicole. You know which one. It's literally the mommy lizard. What? Wow. Nicole doesn't like the mommy lizard. Wow. Literally is female only, has come hither vibes, has quite the physique, literally designed to be a mommy. And Nicole doesn't like it. Never thought I'd see the day. Come slither vibes. Nice. Nice spoons. Also, yeah, I mean, lizards don't have hair. Second nice of the night. Will we get a nice shiny for the first time ever? Probably not. 101 in 512 odds. Shiny. No, damn it. So occurs when I started playing Gen 6. Sooner or at least I was at a low point in my life, and Lily's story was exactly what I needed to hear. Gotcha. I'm glad you are able to connect with the Pokemon stories, because they're there for the people that enjoy them. Just in many games, I am such a mechanically driven person. Like, I could not tell you the majority of any of the story that happens in any Legend of Zelda game, and that is in direct contrast to like Rena or Nowl. They're just like, I love the story so much. These characters do this, and I'm just like, who? What character? They did what? It's like completely just over my head. Don't even like acknowledge it, because my head's thinking like, oh, what's this new thing that I got? How does it interact with the world? What are places in the world that I've seen before that it might interact with? Like, I'm completely thinking about that, and just story is just like, go here. Okay. Get me over there. Sar, did you just us? Sar? Did you just do a damn. Nicole, why? People said they liked Salazzle, so Nicole's just like, well, I'm sure there's got to be some spicy stuff up there. Nikki, can you please just make that an emote for your channel? Can you please just have the Gen 1 sprite of Tentacruel as an emote, Nikki? Because it's excellent. Just immediately, he's just like, he's so cross. He's so upset. Mechanically driven. I don't even have Scarlet Violet, but I've recreated every mechanic from it in my fan game, but odd-numbered Pokemon gens seem to be the yes and. The only time in Pokemon where I remember the rival's name was when I could name them myself. Yes, I will fight you, dick butt. Yeah, I mean, that one was also is fair in those early ones to name your rival, especially in Gen 2, where your rival is a criminal. You could name them whatever mean thing you wanted because they are literally a criminal. Sar has, you would have all those tentacles so that you could give even better hugs and so you could cross 4 sets of arms at once. You can be incredibly upset and terse. You have 1 pair of arms that you cross for each of your kids, and then you have 1 pair of arms you cross for your friends. Oh, is this song familiar sounding? Yeah, it's smooth. Smooth and groove. Love smooth and groove. Scarlet Salazzle enters. The Salazzle makes its opponents lightheaded with poisonous gas, then captivates them with alluring movements to turn them into loyal servants. So what you're saying is that Salazzle is into psychedelics. Got it. I didn't have any extra eggs? Okay. 5 eggs then. 4 eggs. Sprite as is would be breaking TRS for emotes. I mean, fair. Because it's a copyrighted material and you don't have permission because it's a copyright, but I mean, you could redraw it. I mean, fucking, I have that. Which sure is just Saitama. Did I shade it myself? Yes. Did I also trace the outline from the manga? Also, yes. Because I'm not a skilled artist. I like to do the coloring and shading, but as far as line art goes, I'm shit. So I sure did start with a trace. Also, Spoons, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. What is it on BTTV? Oh, there it is. Found it. It's on the channel now. Is it already showing up in stream? Oh, I think I gotta... refresh. Hopefully it should turn up now. Yeah, there he is. He's so small in chat overlay, though. So difficult to make out in chat overlay. Can be so cross. Of course I got one egg too many. Fuck. Every time. Every time I'm not paying attention for 1 second, I get one egg too many. No. Nikki also called Nicole the Tentacross as well earlier today. We can all be cross. We can all be that tentacruel every now and again. Oh, you called me that. Also that, yeah. I didn't like, I think it was like only a few weeks ago where I finally realized BTTV had way more default emote slots now. Like before it was like only 10, so I had like be very picky. I think it's like 50 now. So I have so many more BTTV emotes now. Have a good store time. I have many more emotes on BTTV now. You still got Avoy. I think it's really cute for Eevee, but I'm honestly pretty glad. I think in Scarlet Violet they finally just have a Pokemon cry instead of a VA, and I kind of like that. Kind of like going back. Sneaks out the bat, pop and collar. Why are you sneaking out the back? We have a perfectly functional front door. You don't have to walk through the yard to leave. It's all you're doing is getting your shoes wet from the morning dew. Yeah, we already did do some talking about Hades 2 and how I'm very excited how I have 100% confidence in Supergiant in their first sequel to have a lot of new ideas and that they've still wanted to keep working on that more. And that bisexuals win. Bisexuals win. They win so much with Supergiant. Supergiant just filling everyone's needs. Computer, you okay? Sure did have quite the hiccup there, computer. Don't know how that sounded on stream, but computer just had a little hiccup. It's fine. I'm probably gonna have to go to the bathroom after this next batch. Welcome back, Caddy. Also go to bed, Caddy. It's still fucking late. Tweet I saw a few days ago said, be sure to check up on your bisexual friends. Make sure they're doing okay. Hades 2 was announced today. Yeah. Or the people, I don't know what meme format it is, but it's just like blank is winning, but now they're not, but now blank is winning. It's just like Hades won, bisexuals were winning, but now it's bisexuals' turn to be winning in Hades 2. It's just like they're just still winning. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Mega Man's almost done. What can I leave you with? Oh, this is probably gonna get copyright flagged when I upload it to YouTube, but fuck it. It's too good of a song. Back. Let's get to the sequence of 10 Pokemon that are all nice. And hopefully we'll get both of our shiny Eevees then. It has to happen. It has to. God damn it. Keiji Okabe. Soundtrack slaps so hard. So the drums in this are so amazing. I haven't rewatched the trailer yet. I think I'm just gonna let it keep washing over me until they make the actual announcement for when it's gonna release for early access next year. Also, sequence of 10 nices. Come on, Eevee. Can we get a nice shiny, please? They announced it's next year. I believe so. I forget the exact phrasing they said. They just said like it will be early access. I think maybe just more details coming next year, but it feels like that would be about right timing to launch in early access. Given Hades was last year? Was it 2021 or was it 2020? Fuck. I don't remember. I think it was 2020. I don't know. It feels appropriate, or it feels like there's appropriate timing for to start early access release next year. Come on, Eevees. Nice Eevees. Come on. September 2020. Jesus. So yeah, it feels... It feels... Well, is September 2020 the early access release? I don't know. Maybe it was the full release. No, because early access was like a December. So that must be the full release. So yeah, it feels like that would be about the right timing for Hades 2 to enter early access would be next year. Feels like 7 years ago. It sure does. The pandemic did a real good job of destroying any sense of time. Come on, we need both. We need both shinies from this batch of 5. Want 2 nice Eevees real quick right now. I am very curious too, because I don't know who the main character is. Because it's not Zeg. Is it Zeg's daughter? Why is Hades is captured by Kronos? Why is Kronos the big bad? Website has a bunch of info for early stuff. Ah. Zeg's sister. Trying to think of how they'll work in Zeg having a sister. I mean, the gods got around, so might be a different half sister. Or maybe just Hades and Persephone got right back at it as soon as they were back in the underworld together. And it's a new kiddo. And Zeg will be the older brother. Damn it, Evie, you were supposed to be nice and shiny. I think depending on time, let's see, we got yeesh. Eevees takes so long to hatch. Another 100 would be an hour and a half. Put us at about 4.5 hours. That seems about right. So maybe got another 100 eggs in tonight. Unlikely that we will get both shiny Eevees in that 100 eggs, but we can try. God, still can't believe the one stream where I got, was it 4 shinies? It's either 4 or 5 shinies in a row. It's absolutely obscene luck in a single day. Also, it wasn't a no clip documentary, but Game Informer did a short, like 30 minutes, kind of documentary of the early development of Mina the Hollower. And it was really neat. You should really go check that out. And it kind of, Mina the Hollower stemmed from a side project game of one of their interns that they were just working on in their spare time, and now has become the next main game that Yacht Club is working on. It's real neat. It's a really good documentary. Actual mythology, just like Zay, it's a character with a very few actual mentions, so they just loosely base and change stuff. She's the daughter of Persephone and Zeus disguised as Hades, but I feel they won't do the Zeus thing, but just make it Hades. Did they say what her name is? But yeah, that sounds about right. Zeus sure did have children with frickin' like 8 different gods and 15 humans. It's like it's one of the things that like that I think I saw someone post a meme of just showing off the Disney Hercules universe and just being like, the most egregious thing they did was make Zeus look like a kind family man. It's just like, that's not who Zeus was in the myths in the slightest. Zeus was a philanderer who got around and abused his power. It's just like it's very refreshing in playing through God of War Ragnarok, where so many of the Norse gods are not good people. It's just like, no, that's correct. From much of the Norse mythology, a lot of the gods were pieces of shit. Thor sure did kill a lot of people and a lot of entire pretty much genocide against the giants. It's just like all these things, just like, yeah, it's, a lot of the Norse gods are real mean. Melanoy is the name of the new character. Also, fuck, the dude transformed into a bull. Was that Zeus? Because there's a lot of weird stuff with Loki in Norse mythology, where like Sleipnir, I think, is the 8-legged horse in Greek mythology, and that horse is canonically that Loki is the mother of. Because yes. Gonna add Hera as a boon giver and how she's gonna be and what buff she gives, if so. I'm just very excited for anything they're gonna do in Hades too. Zeus, yes? Huh. I'm just very curious of what they're gonna do. Because a lot of what they showed in the trailer for Hades 2 did not feel like there was much overlap from the previous selection of characters. So it'll be very interesting. And because Kronos is the big bad, apparently, I'm curious if they're gonna have a lot more Titans being either allies or enemies. There's a lot of options there. Other than the I think all the boons were Olympian gods, but a lot of the main characters were the chthonic gods. So there's a lot of, yeah, if they include a lot of Titans and stuff, there's a lot that there's free stuff to do.
That's all there is. There isn't anymore.
Like her was one of the biggest gods, not in '80s. Well, her and Apollo, but he was in the trailer. Oh yeah, that's right. They did show Apollo. Yeah, it feels like there's going to be yeah, the trailer showed a lot of new stuff and very little from the last game. Apart from Chaos. Yeah, well, Chaos was, yeah, its own separate entity. Whose boons were come with downside for a bit. Hydrate. Got it. Also, God, I'm so glad in the Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl remake that they actually don't wait for audio cues if you turn the audio off. Because there's so many of these text boxes that wait for the audio jingle to complete before you can press through them, that just take up so much time. But seeing an actual speedrun of Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is just like people just playing their own music because, well, you have to turn it off because you save so much time over the course of the run. Grandma didn't live on Olympus in Hades, if I remember. I don't remember. Also, I forget Grandma's name because I always just called her Grandma. Demeter? Was that her? I just want one shiny Eevee today, please. Please. She returns and she's represented by a different season. I forget how Greek mythology handled seasons. Because I thought Demeter was explicitly winter. Is Persephone summer? Or Persephone just of harvest, basically? I always forget like some of the more specific nuances of Greek mythology. Ever. Demeter is all season. She became winter after Persephone went missing. Then she struck a deal with Hades and Zeus to let Persephone return to the surface every half year. When she returns, it becomes summer again. Ah, okay. I didn't know that. Thank you for looking it up. Yeah, it's a neat explanation of why there are seasons. It's always one thing that's really interesting of mythology. It's just being like, why did they have these gods set up the way they were? And a part of it is just this was just they just didn't have an explanation for some of the most common knowledge phenomenon that we know. So this was their explanation. Like in Norse mythology, like the reason there's the day-night cycle is because there's Skull and Hadi that are, one is chasing the moon all the time and one is chasing the sun. It's just like the reason they move is the sun and move across the skies because they're being chased by wolves. I'm just vibing. It's like just taking it slow, vibing to the music, spinning in circles for so long, in prayer for a silver Eevee. While they explain mythology stuff, they changed into Hades as just misinformation and people getting things wrong and out of context. Yep, that's why mythologies are very malleable. Especially the mythologies that were developed like outside of written language. where like some stuff might like be more set in stone. Like Norse mythology is I believe almost exclusively was a vocally held mythology, so it was never written down. So stuff might be wrong or changed throughout the ages, or just different people have different recollections of how it worked. Come on. Evie, just be shiny. Please. Six eggs. I'm trying to think what else we can chat about while always still got like an hour-ish left. Talk some anime. I've fallen behind on Spy Family just because at the moment Nicole and I are watching that. So I'm started fresh through Spy Family. And God, it's just so great. It's just so fun and silly and ridiculous, but so just a great time. Spy Cross Family is just a great time. Still keeping up with Iruma-kun. The season feels fine. Like Iruma-kun is fine this season. Because a lot of it feels like they're just like giving people more abilities as they're advancing through the demon school. And like it's neat, but like it's like having a very contiguous story when it kind of was neater when it was just like an adventure of the day kind of scenario. So it just feels like everything's really drawn out and a lot of the comedy beats are just not as prominent. So it's like it's fine. I want to keep watching it. Whole set of Tall Tales, Zagreus and Dionysus tell to the Music Man like what I know out of the top of my head, the one that they are the same person, which is kind of what happened and what exists in Zagreus' actual mythos. Yeah, I remember seeing that. When I'm still moving our way through Mob Psycho. Where are you at in Mob Psycho? I'm keeping up to date on Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho is excellent. As always, Mob Psycho is excellent. Season 3 is no different. And I don't want to talk too much about it because spoilers for people that are watching it. Other than just watch it. Dang it. Mob Psycho is amazing. Season 2 so far, so near middle-ish. Gotcha. What else? keeping up with My Hero, which, sweet Jesus, just shit just keeps happening in My Hero. It's just episode after episode. It's wild, but at this point, because they're doing it like literally like shit's hitting the fan every episode, multiple times an episode. It's just like it's getting to the point where I'm just like, sweet Jesus, you just need to calm down for a second. Like, it feels like, honestly, with My Hero, it feels like this could have been the final arc for what's happening with how much shit is going down. So hyped behind the season. Hop to it, sir. Like, one thing it is not, it is, or the one thing it especially is, it's captivating. Like when I woke up this morning, I'm just like, oh shit, is the new My Hero out? It is. It's just like, I didn't even get out of bed. I just turned on My Hero immediately. First thing in the morning. It's like, I'm wanting to watch it every single episode. It just feels like there's just, it's difficult for me to determine what's gonna be consequential in the long run. Because My Hero is typically relatively good of having things actually like carry their consequences through over time and not just being like, oh no, this terrible thing happened, and then the next episode everything's fine again. Like My Hero, that's part of why I've enjoyed My Hero and was like the one that got me back into even watching any shonen anime. Is because they actually had consequences and those consequences carried through. But so much is happening currently where I'm just like, how much of this is gonna carry through? Because it's a lot. It's a lot. All right, no bridge runs. Chainsaw Man's going on. I gave up on Chainsaw Man. I just gave up on Chainsaw Man. I couldn't do it anymore. I just don't. I talked about it a lot last time, but it's just like, I don't like any of these characters. A lot of their things that they're doing are questionable and feels like they're treating it a bit too positively in a light with certain things. And I've been told it builds into character development moments later, but I'm just like, man, I'm not a fan. Just not a fan. And I watched 7 episodes, and if at 7 episodes I'm still not feeling what you're putting down or getting a glimpse as to what the character development's gonna be. It's just like, nah, I'm done. I can't keep doing this. I can't watch something for 12 episodes to been like, okay, now it's good. It's too much time. I got other shit I gotta do. And I have not watched any of the new episodes of To Your Eternity. Because Nicole and I started watching that one from the beginning as well. I think we're 6 episodes in. We just have not watched any more since then because goddamn, watching 6 episodes of To Your Eternity at once is amount of sadness I wouldn't put on anyone. It's not a very bingeable show, but it's enthralling at the same time. And whoo boy, it's sad times. We just have not been in the mood for sad times. Instead, been watching the Spy X Family for more lighthearted times. But I do want to. I really am. I'm looking forward to see what they've been doing with To Your Eternity season 2. Like most recent, but yeah, for me, it did not live up to the insane hype it got. I mean, it was probably the most hyped up anime in like last almost ever. Yeah, that's fair. Like when people were screaming about it, like I don't watch. I'm not a part of the anime community at Broad, so like my connection to the anime community at Broad is like Bath. Like if Bath is getting extremely hyped up and just like, no, you need to fucking watch this. Then it's just like, okay, I will pay attention because Bath usually knows what they're talking about. But we have obviously different tastes every now and again. But yeah, I enjoyed some of what the universe and world that they were setting up, but man, I just hated all the characters. They all I don't want to dive back into it. Just none of the characters I liked, nor did I foresee them becoming likable characters. Like, I liked Aki the most, and a part of that was because he was emotionless but snarky. Like, all the rest of them was just like, eh. But the animation is excellent. The animation is incredible. The opening theme and the opening theme animation is phenomenal. But man, yeah, just I can't watch this many unlikable people for that long. Period mask arc ended. And that's fair. I just want to watch more To Your Eternity. Just I can't, but I'm like I can't watch it because Nicole and I are watching it. And I think that's the only other. It's the only other active one I'm watching at the moment. I think. Although apparently the whatever final arc of Bleach is now airing. And I'm not gonna watch that, but Sarah's been saying like it's actually it's quite brutal. As I mean the final arc was in the manga. Poll of votes of best boy of the division. Chainsaw Man Denji being above Mob and Reagan, I disagree heavily. Yeah, I would 100% disagree. Denji's a shit. Denji's not a best boy at all. Like, I don't like Denji at all. Like, in the first episode, it's like, okay, I get it. I get it. And then from then on, all the future episodes, I'm like, nah, Denji's a shit. Denji's a horny little shit, and I'm not a fan. I understand why. Still not a fan. And Mob is always best boy. There's no competing. Mob is always best boy. So sorry, I was talking how you've actually kind of been enjoying the final arc of Bleach that's finally airing. The very good bloody time, yes. Stories end, but very fine. to your eternity is, okay, this is a new main character for this arc. I know what will happen. I'm prepared. 3 episodes later, I wasn't prepared. Yeah. Yep. To your eternity hurts. It's so excellent, but it hurts. Oh boy, rewatching the first episode with Nicole, I was just like, yep. Still hurts as much as it did when I first watched it. It's so excellently done, but it hurts. Ever just be shiny, please. I don't want to have 3 streams without any shiny Eevee. This is obscene. I don't want to have another one go into the 4 digits. Had too many shinies go into the 4 digits. Shiny hunted Eevee and BDSP much easier. I don't have BDSP. I never bought it, and I never will. I don't have any interest in replaying Gen 4. Ooh, flying. You're gonna make some people's day if you give them a shiny Rockruff, but it's just unfortunately not your Wednesday. Gen 4 worst gen? What would I consider? Like Gen 1 holds a special place in my heart. Mechanically speaking, Gen 1 sucks. It's just like playing the original Final Fantasy. Like, it works technically. Boy, is it broken. But it works. Howdy, cool. Thanks for stopping by. Some would say I'm shiny hunting. Others would say I'm just vibing to music while spinning in circles, and they'd also be correct. I'm trying to consider gens like with their remakes. Like Heart Gold Soul Silver is great. Fire Red Leaf Green is great. Like I think probably I'd put Gen 6 is probably my least favorite. Yeah, probably. Put Gen 6 as my least favorite. Because, like, it was the gen that got me back into Pokemon, but man, it sure was the same Pokemon formula as it's always been. It was then when Gen 7, like, actually shaked stuff up and completely got rid of HMs, and it's been much better for it. Madre got you roses. Nice. Also, congratulations, Queen. Did you... What... Are you officially graduated? Yay! Kuleg has been defeated by Queen. Yay! Favorite genres I usually choose as to what as my favorite Pokemon, but if I had to choose by games, what I like best. It's my favorite. My favorite's probably Gen 8 at this point, just because of the wild areas. I haven't played Scarlet and Violet, which feels like the natural evolution of what feels like that's what the natural evolution of the wild areas is. So maybe that'll be my favorite. I haven't played it yet. I played Arceus, and I loved Arceus for the exploration. The research I loved at the beginning, but it did start waning on me towards the end, where I'm just making an endless checklist and constantly getting shit done. Like, it was neat for a while, but eventually it did start grating on me. And then late game / post game Arceus sucked. Like, I actively disliked late game Arceus. And I didn't really particularly like the combat changes either, so... Arceus is technically counted as a spin-off, so I wasn't really including it. But yeah, no, from what I've seen of Scarlet Violet, I think I will enjoy it. Will I have it as my new favorite? I don't know. We'll see, because man, it has really struck a chord with a lot of people that they that Scarlet and Violet just have really, some people have like absolutely fell in love with it. Fell in love with it despite all of its technical woes. For the first time, I'm actually invested in Pokemon lore. Normally, the interest is reserved for YouTube videos to binge when I should be doing something else. Yeah. It's egregious that they sold an unfinished game. It's also my favorite. That seems to be the sentiment I've seen from so many people. Like, Dan binged the shit out of Scarlet Violet and it's just like, yeah, it's my favorite Pokemon, hands down. Just like, is it busted? You bet it is. But damn it if didn't love the hell out of it. It's usually just funny if it's busted. Yes and no, depending. Glitches can be fun. when stuff doesn't work properly, when you can or what is it? You can backflip or backwalk up mountains when you have two controllers plugged in. You hold both of their analog sticks forward and you go double speed. It's just like, man, this is amateur shit. How the hell is it this broken? But if there's just like the instances where like a cutscene breaks, where like I think I've seen like a Pokemon evolve, but the unevolved Pokemon is still just like standing there in the background. It's just like, okay, that's just funny. It's really like, oh, the game crashed and lost like 5 hours. Like, yeah, like I'm glad it's not that broken. Like, I don't think it's like, yeah, it's not. I would argue it is not in as bad of a state as was released when Cyberpunk was released. Cyberpunk for so many PCs ran at like 5 FPS. Like it was it hardly ran. The enemies and AIs often broke. It was basically unplayable. So Scarlet and Violet is still playable, but there's just a lot of jank and a lot of glitches, a lot of pretty amateurish technical failures, and some amateurish engineering failures in that, like, they don't cull that much or they don't use that many LODs or level of detail. They don't use many low LOD models for distance, or if they do, they're running them at 3 FPS. The game like fully loads the entire world every time it has to load, instead of just where you're at or what you're actively looking at. Like it's just like, man, there sure has become a lot of industry standard things that you're actively ignoring. Also crunch. It feels like it's a mix of both. On a schedule that's incredibly tight, that there's no wiggle room for because Pokemon is too large of a franchise and they basically have to by corporate overlords and for marketing and for merchandise and stuff like that. And also it feels like they're, in general, with Pokemon and some other larger Japanese developers, it feels like they're very stubborn and won't ask for help for things when there's people that have been doing this for a long time that can just like get that game running at a smooth 30 FPS. I am sure there are many studios and contractors out there just like, yes, we can optimize your game engine so that it runs at a smoother frame rate, even on Switch's lower hardware. No, people are gonna buy Pokemon because Pokemon, but I think that might be the final straw for me. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. like the state that Scarlet and Violet released in was in poor enough that they actively apologized and offered some refunds. It's like, I hope that finally maybe puts a little bit of headspace into like, just give more time, or hire devs that know exactly what they're doing for this specific type of thing. There's some stuff it feels like they've been doing this specific thing for so long that they need to bring in bring in varying talent. Switch being on a lower horror isn't really an excuse when you see Breath of the Wild. Yeah, that's Breath of the Wild runs pretty dang good for everything it's doing. And that was a game that was initially developed for the Wii U, not even for the Switch. It was initially developed for even worse hardware than the Switch, and it's still pretty pretty well run. Stock that it might have been Nintendo Pokemon Company that chose to rush the game when Game Freak wanted to wait. I wouldn't be surprised. Will we know the official answer ever? We'll see. Some game devs are very secretive in how their development goes, and oh boy, probably Pokemon Company and Game Freak are pretty tight-lipped. But yeah, I think Todd posted, or not posted, but like retweeted someone he knows as a video, and this someone just like took a look at the credits between Pokemon Arceus and Scarlet Violet, and there was a lot of overlapping people and contractors and stuff like that. So like I thought kind of the public opinion was that like Arceus and Scarlet Violet were kind of like split off and eventually like developed by different teams, but no, it seems like they kind of had a lot of overlapping people working on both, which seems extreme for two large titles in an established franchise to release within the same year. Like, yeah, that's a lot. Well, yeah, like that's why, like, when Arceus came out and when they first started showing the Scarlet Violet stuff, I was just like, it feels like they were developing this open world system, and there just was like a split at one point where they thought the exploration on its own was a neat enough idea for a more research and exploration focused versus what's the next mainline generation going to be, and it kind of split. But that's what it feels like it should be, but whether or not that's the case is a different story, and it seems like it's not entirely. It feels like there is a lot of people that were still working on both. That part, I was like, we just had like 2 Pokemon games. Why are we getting more? It's interesting to what they listen to and what they don't. Yeah, it definitely when Scarlet and Violet came out, I'm still technically like not in the mood to play through another whole Pokemon game because of all the Soul Links that have been doing with Nowl that have been a ton of fun, and with Arceus that just released at the beginning of this year. And especially for the people that also played Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl at the end of last year, it's just like, it's so much. I would have been completely accepting of having Gen 9 wait another year. And many of the audience seems to be that case, but marketing, and as well as the fact that I am not the majority of the audience that plays Pokemon these days. Like, as much as this is the type of opinion that I listen to when playing these games, I need to always remember these games aren't particularly made for me anymore. Like, Pokemon has some things that are meant for people my age in the competitive scene, in the shiny hunting and stuff like that. But it feels like that's such a small portion of what they want Pokemon to be, in that it's mainly meant for the 8 to like 16-year-old audience. So I always need to remind myself to think through. I have all these complaints, but am I even the audience, and should I even be the audience for this? But yeah, I would have 100% been perfectly fine with Pokemon this Gen 9 being delayed. But there's a myriad of other variables. Oh, 6 months would have made a massive difference. 6 months would have made a massive difference in that game. Welcome back. How was the shopping? I think you said you were doing. I went to Target first, but they didn't have everything, so Wegmans. You were doing some very late shopping. Damn. Also, I should have done that. I should have done really late shopping, because sweet Jeebus. Sweet Jeebus. Going grocery shopping at 1 p.m. at a Target was a fucking mistake this close to Christmas. It was fucking packed. It sucked. I'm glad I didn't really have much there at all. But whoo boy, that was so many people. Just like, I just need like a week's worth of groceries. Oh yeah, it definitely would have been better on a weekday. It's just me sticking to my normal routine. When my normal routine should have been a nice early morning, like get there at like 10 a.m. or something when it's not that busy. But did I get out of bed at noon today? Yes. So it's terrible time. Not lazy. It wasn't me getting out of noon getting out at noon because I was lazy. It was because I was up till 2 a.m. and then watched the new My Hero Academia episode, and then also played a round of Vampire Survivors. Okay, so maybe I was being slightly lazy. Because one thing that was announced at the freaking Game Awards that is a fantastic idea and also a dangerous idea. Vampire Survivors is now available on mobile for free. You can play Vampire Survivors for free on mobile. And guess what? There are optional ads, and that's all the ads do are bonuses. They don't get in the way of anything. You can get an extra revive by watching an ad, or you can get some bonus gold by watching an ad. There are no ads anywhere else. It's just like, they're just giving the game away for free. They're insane. How's your phone even handle it? My handle is fine. But then again, I have a Samsung 21 or something like that. It seemed to work perfectly fine. I didn't notice any hiccups at all. But Vampire Survivors is what they advertise it as, like, be the bullet hell, but it's basically that's all you get. You get a character and there's swarms of enemies coming after you, and that's all you can basically do is move your character and you kill enemies. The enemies drop XP, you pick it up, you get a level up, and then the level ups get you like a randomly chosen, or you can pick from a few options of a new weapon, or a new passive bonus, or things like that. And the weapons basically just fire on a cooldown. Like, you don't have to actively hit any buttons or anything. They just fire. So it's just about placing your character by the enemy in a way that it will hit them, and just stack that over and over and over and over again until basically at like 20 minutes in, your character's firing off 15 projectiles a second and enemies are swarming in from all directions. It's really fun and incredibly addictive. And I don't know if they were the first to kind of... I don't know if they were the first to kind of... what is it? To be this kind of game. But it seems like they have definitely become like the most popular and probably the springboard for many clones and or new games that are very similar. Like, I've seen a HoloLive one that I think is free on itch called HoloCure, I believe. As ostensibly the exact same thing with some actually kind of really interesting gameplay differences. But yeah, it feels like their Vampire Survivors is the one that hit it big with this genre of, or with this type of game, and there's going to be a lot of games coming out or that are already out that are building upon it and trying new things. But yeah, Vampire Survivors is great, and you unlock stuff fairly quickly. And there's so much to unlock, so much that's hidden. It's just, it's very fun. So, how many eggs do I have? Did I swap? Okay, I did swap. It's just like, man, it's been taking a while for these Pokemon to hatch. Okay, I'll only need 30 more eggs, which I might honestly already have. We're gonna find out. I will need the extra eggs anyway if I have excess. There. Hydrate. You got it. And a stretch. How dare you? How dare you make sure I stretch and get up and take care of myself? Can't believe you. Can't believe this. Love you too, Nick. Take your meds if you got them. That too. Very important. So I think this is the fourth one of the batch. Will we get a nice shiny Eevee? Please. Damn it. Probably have excess. I think that might be 1 over. 10, 15, 20, 25. It is 1 over. Son of a bitch. 31. God damn it. Ah! All right, well, let's bust through these last 30 and then that'll be the end of the stream. So we probably got like 20-ish minutes left. So if you got anything you want to chat about, we got time. I was very off key. Think I'll do shiny hunting in Scarlet Violet? I don't know. I don't know. I need to casually play through the game first. And then I will have to set everything up for proper shiny hunting for a thing in January that is being planned. So we'll see how we're feeling once we hit probably February. What, Queen, now that you've graduated, what should we refer to you as? Are you something higher than a queen now? Or have you removed yourself entirely from the nobility? Because you're better than them? Bog Witch. Bog Witch of size. Or you could be the Madame of size. Or the excellency of the excellency of size. The excellency of size sounds great. Queen of size, excellency of social work, dabbler in Spanish, drinker of coffee, third of her name. Excellent. Excellent. I didn't realize that you were third in line to the, or you are the third generation matriarch of size. Matriarch also works. Acquire coffee. Although it's probably a terrible idea to have coffee at 11:30 at night. Especially if you're having DeerCon 2020 brand TM coffee. Which has twice as much caffeine as normal coffee. Because it's 1/3 of it is Death Wish coffee. And Death Wish coffee has like 6 times the caffeine. Yeah, Deer has a blend of 3 different coffees that they drink for their normal coffee, and it's fucking amazing, but also has twice the caffeine as normal coffee once it's all blended together. Yeah, splat posts are very good. They're very talented. I think Splatoon 3 won, I think, best multiplayer game, I think. And people like very quickly had their post changed to fuck yeah, Splatoon won a thing. Ah, god damn. Okabe. Your tasteful use of acoustic guitar. Ah, it's so good. Oh, it's so fucking good. God damn. Fucking love the Nier OSTs. So good. So exceptionally good. It's quite possibly my favorite, quite possibly my favorite OST. COD people are upsetty spaghetti, so that's funny. I have to ask, when aren't the COD people upsetty spaghetti? That feels like that's the COD's MO. Is being very angry. Or at the very least, that was the MO when I used to play COD. Normal in their levels of upsetty spaghetti, or normal as in they're fine? They're fine. Like, it means that they also breathe air. It's a very, very, very descriptive. Yeah, they breathe air sometimes too, I guess. No idea what Modern Warfare 2 meant. I was like, what is this initialism? What is this? I don't even know. I have no idea what Modern Warfare 2 is even about. That's all I know is that from what I've seen of Modern Warfare 1's story, where people have analyzed it and what are they actually saying in that one? They're saying some pretty iffy things in the first Modern Warfare. I don't know if that's the case in the second one. Have not seen any analysis. Mech Warrior 2, I think that's the Mech Warrior that I had on PC growing up, that we used our joystick controller for. Also, howdy, Bravo. Thanks for stopping by. You caught us with 15 eggs to hatch before we end the stream. I mean, you could have, if you wanted to have another shortening, you could have shortened Sonic and Mario. Because if you want to shorten Sonic and Mario up to an acronym, it's S&M. Amazing. Can't make you stretch or hydrate. What is the world coming to? Appropriate timers for people who would abuse their power. Still used on cooldown. Just at an extended cooldown. Timers are great. Come on, Evie. Swear to God, I'm gonna have another stream without a shiny. We got like 10 shinies left. Let's make sure we're having good tunes. This work. Scarlet, if I should have had VA, I can't state any opinion on it because I haven't seen it in action. Michelle Knotts is great and deserves more work in general. Did Michelle have a snarky response when I believe either Barry or someone or Michelle rated Nicole or something like that, and chat outed Nicole as a bottom? And then did Michelle have a snarky response? Yes. Michelle is great. Yep. Making sure I'm skipping past this song. I will cry. I will cry if I hear that song. Game I want. Okay, this will work. Shiny Eevee needs all your belief. Right now, this instant. We only have 6 left. Well, 5 left. Heck. Gurg. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. And also, I'm assuming you're talking about that there Cahill Comics. I believe it was doing Mario Kart 8 and charity today. If you got 724, that's awesome. That's not a small feat. That's incredible. Also, this is our last batch of eggs before I head out for the night. Tasty pill. What? No Pink, how dare you? I can't believe you're so mean to Pink, Nicole. I thought you enjoyed the color pink, but apparently not. I think you know someone. So we're looking for 2 shinies in this batch. Odds aren't great. I know. That's why I said I can't believe you. Nice line. You did it. You got it. Now what are you going to do with the other two shiny rock ropes you have? Where are the other two blue pups going? All right, Eevee, this is your last chance if we're going to get two. Fuck. Last one. Come on. You can do it. Show me a shiny today, please. Damn it. God damn. We did it. We reached 800. That was the goal, right? It wasn't to get a shiny. It was just to hatch 800 eggs. Make sure my count's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. We did it. No, we haven't even got one of the two shiny Eevees that I need. Love it. Love shiny hunting odds. It's great. It's lovely. It's flawless. No complaint. It's definitely going to be pushing me back towards average overall shiny luck. But yeah, that is going to be it for tonight. We did it. 800 or 300 more eggs hatched. No shinies, unfortunately, but this is the standard. Also, it is almost my bidet. In 9 days. A week from Monday. On the 19th. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out, chatting whilst we spun in circles for a very long time. I appreciate y'all being here. I will be back tomorrow playing some Civilization 5 with the one, the only Will Shriveling Fire. I don't know his last name. It's just Will. I want a good song to head out to. Hold on. Can end on this one because it's always amazing. We're probably not even going to get to the epic sax later on because we'll be rating, but the song's amazing. Whom should we go say hi to? We got an Onsta doing some Digimon Survive. We got a Viz doing some Apex Legends, and we got a Gamer doing some God of War Ragnarok. I'm not gonna raid the Ragnarok because that's spoilery. So who you want? Who do you want? You want Onsta playing some Digimon or Viz playing some Apex? Also, we did get to the sax. Well, no one's answered, so we're gonna go raid it. Thank you, Paul. That's hi, Paul. Let's go say hi to a Viz. They're doing some Apex, which likely means probably dailies, but no but. Just make Viz win. Viz is already quite good at the game. Just make Viz win. Our raid will make sure that Viz wins. That's how raids work. That's how Twitch luck works. But yeah, that'll be it for me today. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate it. Always appreciate you joining in. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pretty early stream. And we're gonna have a chill and probably occasionally cursing out of each other with Will and I and stuff like that. Yeah. Thanks again. Have yourselves a wonderful night and go yeet some love on over to Viz. All right, goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.